Ladies and gentlemen, well, welcome to Endwalker. I am, and always, as ever, your host, Lowrunner. Sorry for a bit of a delay. I actually had a weird thing this morning with the... So I'm getting ready for work, doing my thing, and all of a sudden, an extraordinarily loud lightning bolt hits. We have a storm going on right now. And when I say extraordinarily loud, I mean it probably was less than half a mile away from here. So, I was just like, huh. And naturally, the power got knocked out temporarily. Now, thankfully, I was just sitting there like, oh, God, no, no. It only got knocked out for like 5 minutes. It was probably just enough to cycle the thing, but still, from that's why I'm late. Yeah, Lunarama was like, no. Uh, so, yeah, Endwalker. Right. This isn't an accurate score. Let's go ahead and adjust this. So there are 3 story positives we've already given for power progression across expansions, Reaper and Reaper. And a story negative, there we go. That's for Sage. Gameplay wise, we have 2 positives for Sage and Reaper. Not actually the classes yet. We're not judging the classes until we have them at 90, of course. And we're not sure how many gameplay negatives we have because several of these are technically in italics, but we're probably going to have a bare minimum of 2 gameplay negatives. One for the launch and one for the forced single-player questing. Before we get going any further, I do want to share some stats. Excuse me. Yeah, but that was there for people who are paying attention to the document, right? Which obviously is you. But that was a joke. Nobody got it. You're the first person who got it, and you thought it was serious. Nobody. That's what I actually asked yesterday if anybody was paying attention to the document. That was actually why. Yeah, I was actually looking at the review document. All 44 pages of it so far. 44. A little bit of stats for you. As you may or may not know, many of my reviews since I think Cyber Shadow was one of the first ones we started keeping track of all sorts of data for it, right? So, how much it was funded by whom, when, and where. And another thing I was keeping track of was how long it took to get funded. Endwalker happens to be after that point, and it only took 241 days to fund. And you might think, only? That's huge. No, that's well below average. Average is closer to like 300 something days for any given run to be funded. At least back when that was, when we were charging about a third the price we currently do. Like most of these runs, like Super Mario 64, that took 381 days. Beyond Good and Evil took 360 days. Hades took 342 days. Outer Wilds took 451 days. Spinobi took 807,000 days, and etc., etc. And thank you, Spinobi, very much. As always, I will jot that down for homeworld. But my point is that, relatively speaking, even though it's not a huge thing, Endwalker was funded quite quickly. Go figure. And that's going towards the homeworld block. Thank you again, Spinobi. But as usual, I do want to say thank you to Wraith very much. And I'll put that toward Resident Evil 8, if you give me a minute. As usual, I do want to say shoutouts and thank yous to Kai Snow, JJDECI, Colin Peluso, Ultima Cloud 7, Zera Hunter, XM, Roxy64, The Little Billy, Valvedrix, Statum 3, Catabo, Mr. Red, Chaotic Danny, Canon Lingdren, Gary, Frieza 2000, Nami, Speaker, Maverick, Zachariah Jebediah, Wilson 30391, Mad Wicked, Pork Chop, Eric, Mace Windu, Kevmate, the person who put Endwalker on the list, which is Raximus, and the person who is by an absolutely enormous proportion, like 80% of the funding was all from Emperor Valerian. Thank you, all of you, as always, for your support and keeping this show going and functional. Thank you. I actually don't know how many expectations I could say I have here walking into this. Excuse me. But there are two things I have expectations about, and I can't tell you about either of them. One of them because I don't want people to respond to it, and the other because it is actually a spoiler. The other one, well, okay, one of the spoilers is Raptor 1. Putting it towards Xenogears. Thank you, Raptor 1, as always. Oh yeah, and if anybody missed it, speaking of which, I need to actually put out a Discord announcement. I was experimenting with something new with the Patreon post. And I actually scheduled it a few weeks ago. Looks like it went live accurately today. So, woo. Go. Send out that. And send out that. There we go. It's okay, Raptor 1. It'll be a glorious death. Glory to you and to your house. So I hear there's a trailer, which I've seen the first, like, 20 seconds of 50 times. Oh, hang on, let me unmute the game. There you go. I haven't heard it because it's always muted. Okay, apparently I haven't seen this part before. Well, that explains a lot about our power level. On fire.
Upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
This is the part that I keep looking back to and then skipping. I'm just glad Alize finally learned Holy. What? So there's lavas in the background.
The star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet...
Oh, hi, Tiamat.
There were those who stood in defiance of that fate. The hour is come, creature. It's all or nothing.
Where the hell is Vitra? I gotta be honest, I can't tell anything they're saying.
But will our hero deign to play their part? You took your time. 'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The draweth nigh.
Hey, is that Jackass? It is Jackass!
So, Sharlayan would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Oh, negative to story. And of course, Paladin is apparently the job of this one. Which makes sense. And yeah, we go straight from Shadowbringers to being a Paladin. Ha ha ha. So, hang on. Thank you, Darth Tyron, for watching the run. I do always, as ever, appreciate your presence and support. And hang on, I got a donation in the middle of that, too. Terrible timing. Towards AC Valhalla. Thank you, Robostal, very much, as always. Oh, hey, look, I'm a Paladin. Actually, funny little story. Two funny little stories before we actually get started, if you'll indulge me for a moment. I was looking at what unlocks for Paladin up to 90, and I would continue talking about this, but I just got a donation, so I have to interrupt myself. Thank you, Fife. As always. Much appreciated. And I will put that towards StarCraft 2. I was looking at Paladin and what it gets on the way up to 90. I don't even know what that is, Rex, so I'm going to go with no. So it looks like nothing really big. Like Holy Sheltron gets better, that gets better, that's cool. And then there's this thing which is just a combo for Confrontation, and that's neat and all. But what really caught my attention is the upgrades. For example, that turns it into a heal. That turns that into a heal. That turns that into a heal. That increases the damage of everything. That turns that into a heal. And that turns that into a heal. I'm not even making that up. It's just... what? And yeah, correct, I have not, Rex. I mean, I've done my own stuff on my own 90s, but like, yeah, Paladin gets a lot of... And by the way, when I say it gets heals, it's actually great. It's actually exactly what I've always wanted, because what it gets is DPS spells that happen to heal, or cooldowns that happen to heal. Which, if you're paying attention, is exactly what I've been wanting for healers for a very long time. They just decided to give it... And I think we can officially say Paladin is a freaking Mystic Knight at that point. We have an entire cycle of our DPS cycle that is just DPS. Excuse me, caster DPS. Which also heals us, by the way, after we get that. But anyways. No. As much as I love Paladin, we're actually doing this as a gunbreaker. I have this set up, ready to go, and I have for some time. I don't know why I hit that button. I need to hit this button. There we go. Need to go yawn, then you go yawn. Good afternoon, Paranoid Android. Yeah, exactly. Let me hit the New Game Plus thing. Oh, right. Hey, everyone. Let's have a chat. What's going on, Eliezer? Whatever is that my father and the Forum are hiding, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. Those who are brought within close proximity of the towers are tempered into serving Garlemald and then forced to summon lunar primals with ether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, we've yet to uncover what they wish to achieve by all this. Are they purely strategic, or do they serve some other purpose? I have conveyed Lord Aymerich's wish to Colton and the others. For the present, their role will be to facilitate communication between our allies and gather information on the enemy. Anyone over here? Nope. Not only do the members of the Forum intend to adhere to their long-standing policy of non-intervention, they made a point of sending Master Fortuno here to explicitly state the fact, rather than simply refusing to ignore themselves in our... refusing to involve themselves in our affairs. It would appear they actively are trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Corral's position in securing our entry to Sharlayan nigh on impossible, but I'm confident she'll find a way regardless. I have a feeling the journey to Sharlayan was a good test of your nerves in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away, I know it. But for now, the best thing to do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Corral. Much and more have we learned from the Telophoroi's machinations since Thancred and I did return from Garlemald. Verily, their troops doth appear to have been tempered in much the same manner as those engaged in the construction of the towering edifice of the capital. When Arenvald tried to free the Amalja held in the tower, it triggered some sort of alarm, and the captains were killed instantly. As such, we have no choice but to leave them in the clutches of the Telophoroi until a means of rescuing them have been found. In the meantime, the summoning of lunar primals will continue, just as we must rely on the Grand Company of Eorzea to put down such entities and prevent further abductions. So, too, do they rely on us to come through with our investigation. Or, you could bomb them. Which, I know that's all callous and harsh, but remember, these things are actively not only summoning primals and destroying and killing things, but they're bleeding the land as they do so. Whatever. After the end of the Dragonsong War, I spent many a moon roaming. Kagane, Radzatan, even Garlemald, but never Sharlayan. In all honesty, a nation populated entirely by bookish types like Alphino is not a place that appeals to me. Yeah, I can't imagine why. Lord, do you have some time to talk? I mean, I guess. Yeah, if we hadn't figured out a cure for tempering, they probably would have already been doing that. Go figure. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and assess the situation with which we find ourselves. Stuff's crap, yo! Let's take a stock of facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the... No, I didn't, von Falkenstein. It began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought by an organization known as the Telophoroi. I'm not going to read all this out loud. This is a recap. I know it's been months. I don't care. It's a recap. I'm not reading this out loud. Yeah, I noticed the new song. Oh, right, yeah. Alphino becomes our sage. Yeah, for some reason they're going into the gross organic-looking thing, which I was actually happy we'd never done, really, in FF14. So that sucks. Hi, Totaro. Okay, arrangements for our visit to Sharlayan have been finalized. Another new song. You're to head to Limsa Limensa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves with associates of the students of Baldessian. Come to assist in the Order's restoration. This is loud. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. Well, I do get to slug, my former father. Get in line, Alphino. I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. So I guess Sharlayan is our first zone. Yeah, I think that's a nice quest pickup sound, the more I hear it. It's nice and low-key, which, honestly, it should be. I'll say the bombastic song from Stormblood is one that just kind of makes me go, ugh. Oh, you mean the mission song from ARR that has never stopped poisoning my ears. Oh yeah, really quick. You want to make fun of me? Just super quick. I said there's one other thing I want to show off. I forgot about this. So, did you know that we got the Savage version of Alexander's gear for my mages? Which means we can dye it. So anyways, I think this is much more my style. I played around with a few other things. I was trying a few different metallic accents to work with the gold, but the more I played with it, the more I realized that this look right here just is so me, and just looks so much better, especially specifically on Red Mage. So, and it's funny, I haven't said this out loud because I felt really bad about it, but I'd been slowly bothered bit by bit every time I was a mage, because I didn't quite like the suit that I'm wearing right now. And it was because of that really off brown red color that they had going on. It was kind of a chartreuse for the under thing. I was just like, and it just wasn't fitting for me, and I felt really guilty because of all the effort everyone went through to get me this stupid suit. And then last night, while I was doing something on my Black Mage, oh yeah, by the way, Black Mage at 90, woo! I was doing something on, oh, this is not my Black Mage, hang on, there we go. Let's fix that, there we go. Yeah, Black Mage at 90, woo! And so I'm like, hey, I can dye these. And like in the middle of Meridianum, I realized I could dye these. Just out of nowhere, because I was just looking at something because I was trying to fix my gear, and I noticed that there was the little invisible, or the outline plus there, and I'm like, wait. Hold on! Anyways, I'm an idiot. But Black Mage at 90 is really cool. I'll talk about that later, I swear, probably in a few years. But Black Mage at 90 is legitimately cool, because they did something really smart with the rotation. But anyways, back to being a gunbreaker. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. What should be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you a grand tour under happier circumstances. I guess I'll summarize in brief, because I have no plans to talk about that anytime soon. So what they did was, there's this new spell called Paradox, which is this lovely thing right now. Now the way this works is, You know the Black Mage rotation, right? You start with it. You start with Blizzard 3, then you go up to Blizzard 4, then you switch over to Fire 3, then you do Fire 4, Fire 4, Fire 4, and then you can do a couple other things depending on, circumstances. But that's like the opener, right? And so it takes several spells, 4 spells in fact, to get to the point where you're actually in your primary damage dump, right? And I actually mentioned that's one of the issues with Black Mage. It takes a bit of a wind-up, and if you screw up, you have to start all over. The thing is, most classes, like I'll use Red Mage as an example here. Red Mage, their new abilities is at the end of their combo. So once you finish the full combo, you then have Holier Flare, and then you have, I can never remember the names of the spells, Scorch, and then you have Resolution. What they did was they replaced Fire 1. So the way this works, hang on, there we go, is after you get those spikes, Fire 1 is replaced by Paradox. You get 2 charges of Paradox, once when you're in Fire, once when you're in Ice. So you can get a big damage spell right off the bat. It's actually your 3rd spell if you're doing it in order. And then you could go ahead and use it again, pretty much whenever you want to, within a Breeze ability, within your actual DPS range. And by moving that new ability forwards in the combo, it means you get the train gets rolling faster. And that's in addition to the fact that Paradox looks really cool. Oh, screw it. Here, I'll just show you. God damn it. Yeah, man, I'm talking it up at this point. I need to actually show it to you. Hang on. This won't take me a minute. Sorry. Everyone, sorry. It's my fault. I'm stupid. So, nice shot of the target demi so you can see the ice. Cool looking. And then we do this. Hang on. Let me switch over here. Then we get this ability. And then we could go ahead and do this for a bit. We could also stack this a little bit. Hang on. There we go. That's the spell. Did you see that? Sorry, I had to actually set it up properly because I'm a moron. It's very cool looking. And it's very fun. And like I said, it does smooth out the Black Mage rotation substantially. So, back to the plot. Everyone in chat, just get on with it, Lore. God. Okay, jeez. Well, Witcher 2 is on the forbidden list because A, it's a crap game that I hate, and B, because it crosses several lines for me story-wise. So if someone tried to donate for me to do a review of Witcher 2, I would just flat out say no. Technically, it's not on the forbidden list because we actually got rid of the forbidden list, in the strictest sense of the word. But we replaced the forbidden list with the executive veto. And no, I kind of have Alphatrix, but I haven't figured them out yet. So, no is the answer to your question. The part of me looks forward to returning home. I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the local officials upon our arrival. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who live their lives here. No, there's no scene that surpasses it in Witcher 2. Witcher 2's overall tone and vibe is everything is awful and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's something I can't deal with. And that tone is what makes Witcher 2 forbidden. In addition to the fact that the gameplay is crap. But honestly, we've played plenty of games where the gameplay is crap, so that's not what pushes it off the list. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. 'Tis a rare experience for most Ashgardians. I never thought the day would come when I'd still be sailing home again. Always seems so very far away. Yeah, well. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth beyond the indigo deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominsa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly I add, the skills to properly live. Hi, Zira. The half-runner. Sorry, Thancred's talking to me now. And by that I mean you as well, because we're both me. Everyone's here, which is good. I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. ship should be pulling in a pursuit, so follow me. Have your luggage close at hand. Well, not that I started a Limsa Limensa character, but this is a little bookendy.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Okay, do I need to, like, become legally Estinian's brother so we can share custody of Alphino or something? Or am I adopting Estinian?
You dispense with the sirs, especially in private company.
That's actually not a bad idea, because Estinian's actually not all that old.
Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
I just need to adopt everyone. Fine. Tataru, I need you to work out some expenditures for me. I absolutely hate to do this, but I'm having a rather sudden bout of nausea. I'll be right back, hopefully. Fourth interruption of the day. Yeah, no, I think I'm just... Oh, some ginger has helped settle my stomach. I actually keep pickled ginger in the fridge pretty much all the time. Partially because, you know, it helps settle the stomach, and partially because, you know, I like pickled ginger. So, yeah, my breakfast this morning was a pork tenderloin, which I had prepared a few days ago, which I had rolled into some spices and oibs and wrapped in bacon. Okay. We all know this is what happens when I play Black Mage on camera. Don't let friends Black Mage.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Oh, and also, I'm not a pet person, Giga. I do apologize. I'm afraid you'll have to join me. Join the Empire. Not the Garlemald Empire, my Empire.
Better.
It was really good on Falkenstein.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Like, the key, by the way, if you ever want to do that, don't just put a bunch of herbs on the meat and then bake it. You want to actually get in there with your hands and actually roll it in, because you want those herbs to be, like, a little bit into the meat, into the raw meat, so it bakes in a little bit. So there's actually a layer of flavor on the outside of the meat. Pro tip.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
Again.
And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring them back safe and sound. I am not clicking that. That's a promise. We don't make promises we can't keep. So we're not picking that option.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hoary Boulder.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
So has he had a voice before this?
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Alright, so he's gonna die. I think everyone's gonna die, really.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
No. Everyone's gonna die except for Alize and Tataru, the two people who'd be most bothered by being the ones who survive. I don't have any thoughts, Complicit. There are no thoughts in my head. I don't even know what you're asking.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
The only two thoughts I have I can't share because they're both spoilers.
And please, be careful.
Well, one's a spoiler, the other might be a spoiler. The other invites spoilers. And canonically, we give Tataru a hug here. Who's gonna get seasick? Alphino.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
That's interesting.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm weirded out that Emmett Selk is our narrator. I'm not sure what I think of that. I mean, I like it. It's a way to keep the actor involved without the character still being around. No, it's going to be Lavos. It's not going to be Lavos. I want it to be Lavos too much, so it's not going to be Lavos. It'll be something stupid.
Here.
Okay, this is a bit much. I was going to say, oh god! Oh god! No!
Think.
No! God, please, no!
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly. No.
And then Leviathan charges over the deck.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
Not Leviathan, it's something even worse. Cosmos.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Raw weapon. Yeah, sorry, I can't trust your words at this point.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that.
Also, I notice what you're carrying around your neck there.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Hydaelyn has always been. A primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Again?
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff, though.
Yeah, leaning against the wood will do that to you.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
So it's Greece.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Frickin' Brits. Insert Brexit joke here.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
I mean, Eorzean Union, think about it.
Arrival. We will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be without flying. And I'm gonna be slow. Oh god, no. I just realized. That just clicked. For the first time in years. It'll be terrible. Oh god. Just kill me now. It's time to give a negative for ether currents.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I love how he spits that word. These men of wisdom.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
And yes, Ponta.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
And Alphino Runner.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Yeah, it's a computer, I get it.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
Nope.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Also no.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, The streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
No, that's our actual purpose here, Wenlock. We are specifically here to file the paperwork in Sharlayan that we have officially adopted them.
We shall keep that in mind.
If you see Jackass, oh!
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Yeah, exactly. See, Zensler gets it.
Name and occupation?
Champion of it. No. I'll go with Artisan because I am level 90.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter.
Yeah, you can tell we're scholars.
And you, sir?
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Red Star.
If you'll allow me...
Hi, Cryle.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Yeah, I'd like you to target Sharlayan. Just the whole island. Uh-huh. No, not yet. Just get everything targeted so you can fire at a moment's notice. Okay, thanks.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Not yet, Loke. Not yet. We can't burn down a city for one person unless there's Enos.
It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear.
15, Spinobi.
There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Hellscape of the world.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Oh my god. Dead. Hang on. Ah, getting on my glasses. Getting on my glasses. Ah. There we go. Hi. I was gonna say, where did you sneak on? I didn't see you on the boat. God, I can't even mount here. Oh god, I'm in hell. Where are we? So this is Sharlayan, I suppose. No. Ah! 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 What's happening? No, not more Archon Loaf. Okay, okay, hang on. It's okay. I've got a solution. We're gonna have the Archon Loaf right now. Oh yeah, that's just that's amazing. But it's okay because we have tomato juice to wash down the Archon Loaf. There we go. Oh, this isn't bureaucratic, Trihexia. I've literally had to fill out more paperwork than that for like going into a school. Never mind a nation. Ugh. Okay. Okay, I need to talk to NPCs. What do we got here? I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? No comment. Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities to the Crystarium. In fact, oh, we should let Krile talk first. You're doubtless eager to take in the sights. Don't worry, Laura, the city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Allow me to extend unto thee the warmest of welcomes, Laura. May the wisdom of my homeland aid in your endeavors. Even allowing all the years I spent in the first past year in the blink of an eye, this city feels untouched by time. Gotta talk, there we go. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here. That's all that matters. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than denied entry, after all. And also, there's just an X-Death here. For some reason, X-Death is here to welcome me to Sharlayan. I'll take that as a good sign. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed, but first we need to do the town quest that we always have. But this is Laura and Estinian's first time, so a homecoming. This for the rest of you. This is a homecoming long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda that you all get your sufficient time to do the town quest. Once you've settled in, you can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How's that sound? It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Livio estate as such. I'd like to see the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. A quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. We'll see you there. That's true, they have a mother who's apparently alright. I say apparently because I don't know. We haven't interacted with her yet. Love you, Estinian. My services as a guide are yours for the taking. That won't be necessary. I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Sure thing, Bart. That explains why X-Death was here. I'll take the tour, Krile. Graha, would you join us? You've been gone for a while, and this would make the perfect time to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Of course, if you'll have me. Come, Lord, Sharlayan awaits. No doubt, Koya. Except it won't really be a fist fight. And they'll never find them. Where is it? Where is it? Here, I've mastered everyone showing up. I don't know. I got nothing. But hi, everyone. I do appreciate the welcome. Unfortunately, I can't kill you all, which would really have just been perfect, so we're afraid you're just going to have to live with a warm welcome instead. After you, my friend, I'm more than content to follow your lead. He is now accompanying you. That's new. Okay. That's new. Interesting. Alright, so my curiosity is absolutely killing me. Interesting. Just the one. Okay, so I've been biting my tongue on something for about a month now. So this may sound strange, but I've been there for several MMOs first going into an expansion. And there's always one thing that tends to interest me more than other things. And I know I'm probably stupid and alone in this, but I'm always curious which zones we're going to get, right? Some MMOs, they give you info, some they don't. Some it's obvious, some it's not. But so, as of right now, there is exactly one zone I know we're getting. That one, right there, the one I just saw. In other words, I don't know what zones we're getting. I have no information on that. And I've been just restraining myself from trying to figure out where we're going, because I'm not even sure if we're going to the moon or not. That's a presumption on my part. And I admit, a part of me has been wondering if, like, a bulk of the zones will be on the moon, and there's multiple zones on the moon, or if there's only one zone on the moon, if there's 50 zones on the moon. I have no idea. So, I can now firmly declare that there's at least one zone we're going to, which is still here on planet, I don't know what this planet's called. This planet. Source, I guess. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Ah. Trial will now also accompany you. Hang on. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Okay, I know you hate me talking about WoW, but I'm really glad they stole this from WoW. Steal is a bad connotation. I'm really glad they took this idea and adapted this from WoW, because WoW introduced this back in Warlords. This concept right here, you have an NPC, they're escorting you, and if you hit certain spots, there's a little optional dialogue thing, and it's a really cool feature. And I can't talk to people right now. There we go. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the insistence of an intrepid adventurer to be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake tasks to pique your interest. You have cleared the immigration officials, after all. Yeah, it's a good way. So the reason I like this so much, let's go ahead and talk about this for just a second. The reason this is such a cool concept is because this is effectively a way of doing a skippable cutscene without actually having a cutscene at all. You have to specifically go out with the person who is following you in order to reach a certain point, and then deliberately reach out to start the cutscene, aka the additional dialogue. And it's a great way to do it because it's completely optional, but it's there for people who want a little bit more fleshing out of it. So, that is a very cool feature. Yeah, it's a great way to add flavor text. This place is called the Peristyle. It's our first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely, a large quantity of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Yeah, actually, I feel like this is, this is going to sound weird, I feel this is more of a gameplay positive than anything else. Oh, that reminds me, I don't see Pillars of Snow. I tried to get a hold of Pillars of Snow last night, but they were on, so next time we'll be able to do that will probably be, you know, when they pop on today. I don't care for the guitar, but otherwise it's good, Scion. Yeah, the story positive would be for the specifics. The gameplay positive is for the system. In fact, I'm just going to jot that down right now, because I do like this system. What do I even call this? Oh, speaking of which. Give me a sec. That means we now have 2 Lalafels in the group, too. I believe that would be an avocados represent moment. Sorry, give me a moment. I'm doing a little bit of paperwork. This really won't take me long. There it is. As long as we don't have more Vieira. We have too many Vieiras. My goodness. I'm joking. There's no such thing as too many Vieira. Bring it on. There. Okay. Sorry about all that. I just... okay. Now that's a sight one can hardly forget. There's the great statue of Thaliak, who doesn't exist. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. The path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar, which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more of a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship divinities of their choosing. But none of them exist. But that's okay. I'll let it go. This once. I'm gonna test a theory really quick. Oh, I'm also gonna do this. Right. Did you know that you can click Ethernet shards? Because I haven't done that in a long time. Literally years. Literally years. What we got? What we got? Whoops, this is the way up. This is the way. My brother-in-law got me a mug, a tea mug, which I actually used this morning. Very large mug, which is awesome. Which is just, the Mandalorian's helmet. It just says, "This is the way." Now, the intent is apparently for it to be a coffee mug, because, that's how, this is the way to wake up in the morning, is the joke. But, it works for tea. It works for tea. Don't mind me. I'm just testing something and also attuning at the same time. No idea what you're on about, Von Falkenstein. The last time I have attuned to an aetheryte was an extraordinarily long time ago. Don't worry, I'll get away from the entourage eventually. They'll never catch me alive. Well, I'm doing 3 things at once here. One is obvious, just attuning the shards. The second, and arguably more important thing, is I am seeing if there's any other bubbles at the time. So, one of the ways they could have screwed up this type of mechanic of having them be able to talk with you is essentially going across the board, yes, there we go, and allowing everything to be accessed all at once. So I imagine there's more than 2 little dialogue spots within the city, right? But it looks like so far there's actually just the 2 for now. In other words, they're going to do it staggered, which is actually a good idea, all things considered. Because that way, there's less chance of you missing out, is the point. There's less chance of you not noticing there's a dialogue thing over there during this particular step of a quest, because they're only going to put them in areas where you're already being directed. If you'll notice, our 2 were like right here, right here, and then there's the quest objective. So you can see 2 immediately, just like that. It's okay, Kate. I understand that you hate me. Why do you hate me, Kato? What did I do? Place reminds me of the place I can't think of the name of over in Werlith. Turncliffe, that's the one. Of course, Turncliffe was rather Mediterranean in general, so that tracks. That's true. There are no gods. Stab. Ah, good. Now we get to hear what it sounds like during daytime. It's also similar in layout to the Crystarium if you tilt it 90 degrees. Probably on purpose. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't finish my sentence. The third reason I'm doing this is, of course, I'm making sure that they stay with me, even as I'm going well outside of the intended quest path. Damn it. Give me a sprint! Yeah, all one level, which is good. If you remember, I actually gave the Crystarium a gameplay negative because the layout was terrible from a gameplay perspective. So, they've improved that. I think I haven't gotten this one. I admittedly am not sure how Blue Wolf Alex? Let's see if I can think of an example of that. Did I already get this one? I did. Cool. Pretty sure I did, but if I didn't, we'll find out in a minute. Ah! And here we are. Last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference, because their tongues are dead. How can I put this? The food is bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste second, which proves what savages these people really are. There's one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into a proper eatery. So the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu. Never had the pleasure of eating one. One burger, please. Now. Because you were a typical Sharlayan and when it came to cheap and convenient, but surely Tataro's taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should stop when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side will be up there. Actually, no. 2 burgers, please. That way we can have one with Garaha. You know, I feel like I'm being circled for some reason. I don't know why I feel that. It's strange. Let's take a look at our doodad utilization. God, it's no ARR, is it? Look at this. I should jot down a note about that. I don't see why not Blue Wolf Alex, but I'll admit I'm not thinking of an example off the top of my head, so I don't have a precedent with which to use to judge it. But I suppose hypothetically, I don't see any reason why there couldn't be a gameplay plus, or negative for that matter, to external continuity. Like, imagine if you had a game. What's a good way to put this? Imagine if you went from one game to the next, and the first game, you know, we've done all this stuff, and we've gotten all this stuff, and the next game, Like, for no good explanation, for no good reason, and or for no reason whatsoever, you're just level 2 again instead of being level whatever you were. We'll see, actually, now that it occurs to me, FF7R2 will be a good time to judge that, now that I think about it, because we still don't know how they're going to handle that dilemma, a dilemma I've discussed at length multiple times. Unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, it's perfectly functioning aetheryte. Yeah, it's kind of creepy. Remember to attune yourself before you move on. They really like their spiral motif, don't they? Now, being a diligent tour guide I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. The marketplace. And yeah, I noticed the market board is right here. Good move, Square. Took you a while to get there. Mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Maybe I'll return later. That's a good idea, Dream Whisperer. I like that. Essentially, move the whole scale up, or zoom the whole scale out might be a better way to phrase that. So we haven't moved in level, but relative to the total level, like we're lower level. That's a good idea. I like that. These little open-air stall books are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Yeah. Books! Books for sale! You know, Gigapudding's like, oh, I see the most perfect book. It's actually a fashion book. And she's disagreeing with everything in it. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up on your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We'll head back to the Aetherite Plaza Fallback North and up the stairs to the big, imposing building on the top. Now you'll never catch me. Mwahahaha! Too far. Damn it, Gigapudding. No cheating. Camera. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into a council chamber, the nature of the forum and its duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread below. Yeah, apparently it's foggy right now. The vista put me in mind of the arrival to the first. Those who gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. Bit by bit, those buildings grew into a town and a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. Well, feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councilors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. What the hell are those guns? Said Slayer. You just have guns. For now, however, the tour must go on. They're just guns! Look at them! They're straight up guns! Braka, braka, braka. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Like, I'm sorry, hang on. I gotta emphasize this. Look at this. It's a Gatling with a drum, with an ammo drum. Just straight up. And I'm being circled by a rooster still. While I'm trying to look at this. Okay, where are we at? Healing guns! What is this, Tor? We arrive at Journey's End. History tells us this is where those put ashore with Archon Yunkref built, where Archon Yunkref first built their first homes. In present day, it serves as the residential district for most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see one mansion larger than its neighbors. That belongs to House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little tour to a close. Hope it's been an entertaining and enlightening experience. It's probably the best town quest we've had so far, so I'll take it. I feel very healed. Are they still following me? Yeah, there. Yeah, there's just plumage circling around the camera. And guns. Guns circling me and plumage circling the camera. Yeah, exactly. So, I have a problem. My problem is my DPS keeps standing in the fire. And my tank refuses to use cooldowns. So the answer is gun. And, if both of them start to yell at me, well then the answer is more gun. The joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you arrive on the doorstep of the Phenomenon, but I don't think Phenomenon is something we should explore today. We'll take you there another time. Inside with you, then. What I should have said is phenomenon and see if anybody said anything in chat. I'm back. Ah, you're right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. Nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Lore. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Sunjika. It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Shunzika, Administrative Office of the Students of Baldessian. He oversees day-to-day business of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin, Ojika. Oh yes, Eureka! I've read reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. Yeah, rejoin Eureka. This place is second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. You got a hell of a opening greeting room here. The annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Since our former headquarters, along with the island itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. So it feels so empty with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. Yeah, I'm not doing Eureka. You can't guilt me into doing Eureka. At first, you're attack. We must ensure the Telephoroi fall. Whoop. Through the door on the left, there's the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forwards. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before discussion begins in earnest. I can't place it. What is this tune? Da da na na da na na. It's her theme from 5, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Or maybe it's Elena's theme. Or maybe it's the main theme. God, I don't know, but it's from FF5. I can hear it now. Like, I can predict the tone, so yeah, anyways. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Who naps? Oh, wait, he's a cat. Never mind. I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than a cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. Where do you get the money for this, Kryle? Yep, nope, that makes sense. That's why XS was at the docks. It was simply that we were so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad, we would slip into the Andron to steal a few weeks. And they become known as the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last into the following morning. Say the word, I'll be happy to show you to the chamber. Oh, there's Pillars of Snow. Pillars of Snow! Join us in Discord so we can organize some things. Quick, Rex, fling an invite to Pillars of Snow. There's those guns again. Damn it, Pillars, why haven't you accepted the invite? Why? Why? Is it because you hate us? Just be honest, it's okay. You can be honest. Look, I like your character name, okay? Hang on, I gotta jot down some more things here. I mean, you can't find me now. Stay forever. In an instanced area. No one can follow me here. Sorry, I'm just looking at this stuff. Oh yeah, I already mentioned that. Interesting. I make a Bravely Default reference, but, you know. Even on your map, you don't have Garlemald mapped, do you? Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues will be wandering in soon, so I suggest we find a place to wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The Bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
So anyways, they invented explosives.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
That sounds like the we want people to have 2 starter zones thing again, which I talked about back in Shadow.
As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or 2.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nidana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
You think they just lean into the nodding thing at a certain point? Like, they have to know about the nodding thing. Right? They've got to know. It's just... Now, obviously, everyone in the entirety of the chat says Sharlayan first, but I'm actually curious. The coin says Thavnair first. It's interesting in its own right. Still 5:15. Oh, right. No, you can't get to me. I'm safe in here. Safe. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more ready now than ever to tackle the challenges of the day. The process by which the forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantage to a prospective candidate, but fairly elected or not, Master Matoya found them all to be insufferable. Also, I disagree with that on 2 levels, but I don't want to get into statecraft geekdom. I don't think anybody in chat wants me to talk about statecraft for several minutes, so let's just move on. If the forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We need to dig deeper, and with greatest of care. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? Listen, all I'm saying is that fair and equitable political seating is already a problem, because even if you ignore more rampant and obvious things like corruption, or voting manipulation, or gerrymandering, or any of the other stuff that you can do, the fact of the matter is that the people who are more connected will have more options to connect to more people. That's how that works. Ergo, someone who is well known is more likely to get voted in simply by virtue of the fact that they can talk to more people. They are more well known, and more people will then be more likely to vote for them. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is there's actually multiple ways to vote. Most people don't think about how votes actually happen. They just think, oh, you pick and then you're done. But actually, there are dozens of separate voting methods that have been developed over the years in order to try and make them more or less fair. My personal least favorite is first past the post, which it's very, very easy to make wrong and to showcase how it's wrong. Real quick, since you got me started on this, let's assume for a moment we have 6 separate candidates, right? And each of these candidates is trying to lobby for the election. By first past the post, I don't have the math off the top of my head, but you could have someone like this over here win with a minority of the votes. With, hang on, I don't have the math, so that would be, hang on, let me just pull up a calculator, let's just do this. So with 17% of the votes, this person could win. 17%, and that's the person that the group elects. Think about that for just a second. That's first past the post in a nutshell. There's actually dozens of problems with first past the post, but you get my point. Oh, by the way, if you don't know what first past the post means, it means whoever gets the most votes wins. Period, the end. So, yeah, anyways. Yeah, there's also spoiler effect, which is a huge problem with first past the post. But again, I've probably talked too much about something none of my viewers care about, so let's go ahead and move on. I will bow to the deference and wisdom of my viewers. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the forum's callousness. Run, bro. Damn it, Cashel. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now I have this band of willing reinforcements. The search should proceed all the swifter. I actually like mixed member policy. Let's be clear, by the way, just to get this out there super quick. Every voting method has flaws, all of them. All existing voting methods have flaws, but some voting methods are noticeably and substantially worse than others, and frankly, first past the post is probably the worst one out there. It's why it irritates me so much, because it is so damn common in the country I live in. Anyways. I'm not sure if I would go with Sharlayan or Thavnir first if I had a choice. You know, if I was doing this alone. I'm gonna sneak out before... No, they saw me! They saw me! Shoot! Shoot! Run! 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 Oh god, run! Where am I going? Where am I going? No! Okay, I failed. I failed. I see a blue quest. I see 2 blue quests. I'm suddenly torn on how to progress. Hey, Ross. It was alright. So apparently I need to do a quest called Sandwiches and Pretzels, Unexpected Guests, and Unleash the Beast. Or any of those, those. No. Okay. And yeah, that clearly looks like Hunting Log, and that clearly... Or, sorry, Sightseeing Log, and that clearly looks like Hunting Log. And I don't care. So, those can all wait. Okay. I just gotta get away from this Odin. There we go. Oh god, my assassin's already there. Okay, I'm gonna go. I wrote it down. You thought I didn't. You didn't believe me, you didn't trust me. And for that you died. But, I wrote it down. My directions are easy to follow, I hope. Yeah, I looked at the map. In any case, you stand before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building actually only has one entrance. Or is actually... Sorry. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gooble Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to the restricted vaults. God, that sword looks huge on you. How do you even carry that thing? Also, that helmet. Oh my god. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Araha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Elfina will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status prevents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task is to find and study relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it easier to spot the sort of clues you are looking for. I'll say it's a library, and Rax continues to not cosmetic his outfits. Shame on you, Rax. How do you reach the upper shelves? There's no ladders. There's no... What do you call those things? There's like a ladder which connects to it, and then it's got wheels on it, you know? Ah! I tried to jump over. Alas, alack. No death for me. Yes, Giga Pudding, I'd like to... What is that? We apologize for the inconvenience, but Reference Desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until issue is resolved. Okay. Never mind, Giga Pudding. You've scared me away. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island north of the Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. They were conquered 15 times by everyone and their cousin, including Bob, who came over with a shanty and a stick. But with the knowledge of economics, they had shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops, and engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. So it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow and the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. And get conquered by a tiny Odin. Apparently. That's a damn good question, Dakota. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to rest as your body should? I, too, once engaged in such foolish practices. But one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, 23, or 40. Whatever age it is when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, you will extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another mood, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we'll explore the secret of maintaining one's physical condition from biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. The book is on the wrong subject. Oh yeah, duh, I know that. I am circle years young. It's a blue book. Okay. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry. By the way, that means I'm 40 summers young. Some think the dome above us to be finite space, yet, amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It's called gravity. It was the technologists of Alig who came closest to understanding the laws by which governed the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in the field waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that, I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may do so forever? Yes, I know it. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a Castlevania game most people haven't played, which is a shame because it's actually really good. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussion, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition into a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members. Why 99? Citizens chosen from amongst the peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus was the forum conceived and created. Actually, there is a reason to have 99 people. You ready for it? It's the dumbest reason, but it's so... You'd be surprised how many people don't adhere to this in governance. It's an odd number. Yes. And I know, that sounds so duh, and yet at the same time, there are actual governing bodies that don't adhere to that. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliac of the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the Ethereal Sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structure and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzeans took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed that for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it another name, Idleshire. There we go. Long ago, on an island of the Northern Sea, there was a Rogadin by the name of Njunkrep. Njunkrep was a student of astrology. He divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was he built a gigantic ship, oh haha, assembled a crew and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to the horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. We've actually seen this ship. It's over in Stormblood's territory. With only moments to spare, he wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled alongside them, but it was not too long before the disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, he gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the North Seas. They landed on a beach of an island and settled upon the very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Sharlayan we live on to this day. I've done my homework. I smell bacon for some reason. Anyone else smell that? Sorry, were you waiting long? Wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I can see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final days specifically, so I have no choice but to start with tangentially relevant tomes, if they're even that. At present, the plan is to skim as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, comfortable places to read, ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we're not even allowed to cross the threshold. Oh, I hope we beat the snot out of that guy. A harsh measure indeed. I hope our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift someday. I'm certain of it. I hate to jump in there, but in my experience, both personal and second-hand and third-hand, generally speaking, rifts in biological family don't get better, they get worse. How many of you know, you yourselves or know someone who you are biologically connected to who you will never connect with again because of whatever? And what of you, Garaha? Have you been there to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation's somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. That's an interesting take on that song. In the southern reaches of Ilzabard, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, a coastal region opposite the island of Thavner. The Allagons founded a city in fertile land, and by ship brought in subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reigns. Oh, okay, this is not... I recognize this part, I didn't recognize the intro. When the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? Was. For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as it is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the legion Locus Amaneus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated singular interest in Allagan civilization, so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the student of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Loriswa, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Regardless of our origins, we are all provided with equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I will wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Mission failed! Alright, moving on. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway to the book's law. More company should be arriving any moment now. Hang on. What do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Galef brought me here. I can tell you the Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of Imperial Masters, though the fighting is less fierce than it once was. Oh, and the carpets! They have flying carpets! Well, where's my flying carpet now? There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. See if I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. Well, Zira's sneering at me. Some assassin? Jeez. We have returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryle's already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few barely even made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Maybe their knowledge of the final days comes from unexpected source. Speaking of which, let me ask you a few questions related to the final days. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amaroth firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Yeah, sure. I have it burned into my memory in more ways than one. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? The worst kind of phenomenon you can imagine! No. A complete destabilization of creation magics. I was going to start with Lavos, but, you know, whatever. The unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. Chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. The meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. Yeah, exactly, Zedslayer. A great keening sound coming from deep in the earth. Listen, Leander, I just want it to be... God, I just want it to be Lavas. Just be lava. It's not gonna be Lavas. It's actually not. I know it isn't. It's not even gonna be something like Lavas. It's gonna be something stupid. More or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises the closest known magic is that of summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note when it comes to the final days? Well, there was this, this weird sound I heard. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes, the Amarotians spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course. What, Zira? Thrust as we were into the midst of madness. But it seems each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amaroth was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. Do I need to play the file again? Because I'll do it. I'll have to speak with one of the Numenon's Mammoths and seek after any books which make mention of such a sound. Like, excuse me, last but not least, would you describe, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They knocked Dalamud from the sky! What? I know we can play a dumbass, but really? No, hang on. Let me get a little more hydrated. I'll give you Murloc. There you go, there's Murloc. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. I like the option to be a Morin. I do. I actually am in favor of that. I talked yesterday at length about how much I like being the PC. Part of that is being able to... The bot is down. But the refresh thing popped up. I just didn't notice it. Oh, that's why. Hang on, I gotta... Give me a sec. Hang on. Yes. Okay, bot should be back up. Please repeat, Omega Legion. I'm sure I'll have some downtime to answer questions at some point. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Actually, they were pretty clear about that. He changed the laws of physics, and that fixed the star, and that's what kept the cry of Lavos from reaching. Sorry, let me walk that back. He changed the laws of physics, end statement. Move forward a little bit. It is my opinion that the specific changing of physics was to prevent Lavos' cry from reaching them. So that's my running theory so far. Then, once balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Yeah, they altered math. Whatever. Or might have, had Vana and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you both of you for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophori truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen them doing these towers, forcing people to summon Pridals. Is that a catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of the destruction they plan to unleash. This is all pointless conjecture. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. No, I know what Telophori means. It's like Seekers of the End, or Seekers of Linearuth, or something like that. Hi, Linearuth. Still love that dancer outfit. Hang on, so we got Trial over here. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Little too close to Alphino there, Giga. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. They know aught on the final days than that knowledge that might surface in the writing. That's the hope, anyway. What else do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Gallop brought me here. I can tell you the Corvosi rebel... Oh, I actually already read that. Okay. I'm going to take another quick AFK. I do apologize. I will not be long. Meanwhile, everyone's unleashing the final days. I guess we're speeding up to the end of Endwalker. That's okay. I'm with it. I'm with it. Let's get it over with. Let's do it. And by the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I would not get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garan oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for the curious scholar to find. Yeah, why aren't we checking out the Google Library? It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they Archons or Counselors, should perforce to be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Jackass with knowledge of the Telepharoi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion they posed a threat. He seemed adamant the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. If only there was like some sealed, locked vault we could get Graha into. With chains on it, you know. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading Judy. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Yep, lock him in. No suspicious. Nothing sus here. We got this. Hi, Death Eagle. You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's assistant research agent. Thing. Place. Stuff. Graha is lost in reading. Alize is ugh. Alphanos found not of interest so far. Thank you for your assistance, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. Without your help. If I were you, I'd steal a few moments for myself. I suppose. Oh dear. No, I haven't gone through any of this stuff, Eric. This is all brand new to me. What of your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day is well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference text will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take some well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Still 5:15. I'm still new to it, but I'm still liking the Endwalker turn-in pickup song better than most of them, really. Ready for tea break? Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you their coffee. It's quite good. You got this, Grimfo Twitch. You doing, is there a Savage Needhog? And yeah, Eric knows me. He's actually a real-life friend. So he's probably mentioning that because he's concerned about my mental health. Ah, extreme. Well, either way, good luck. You got this. Remember to run circles around Needhog. I think that's a good strategy. No, that's all good. Thank you for policing. I do appreciate it, really. Everyone's actually been really legit and really awesome about not spoiling and not mentioning. And I am very grateful for that, really. And thank you, Takari Elise, very much. Always. I will jot that down for Dragon Age 2. Oh yeah, I should probably give a prediction. Because that's my job, kind of. Because I think what I do. Or rather, I don't think. I mean, the most obvious answer right now, and I've actually kind of already predicted this, is that, so this is something I thought about yesterday, I didn't think to mention yesterday, is I think that the Forum, to some extent or another, has decided that the rejoining is going to happen, to some extent or another, and either should be pushed forward, like, so, I don't think the Forum is unified in what they want to do. I think they're unified in the fact that this stuff going on with the Lefroy is not important, because they either think we need to be rejoined or we absolutely need to not be rejoined, but either way, they're more concerned about the more large-scale issue of us being, you know, Amarosians or whatever. Sandwiches and pretzels? I actually have that written down on my list. I don't see any new quests yet, so... Busy as ever, I see. A very Sharlayan, with no other gourmet cafe, springing up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions, gauge the mood of the city? Let's see if the average citizen has to say about the Telephroi. Sure, Alizé. I like this new mechanic. I do. This is a cool mechanic. Anything I can... Any interaction bubbles? Let's see any. No. Okay, none in reach, so whatever. What is it? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, I respectfully request you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telephroi. These enemies of peace have promised to end the world we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Leveler girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner! Humph! I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to rumor. Thank you to leave me be. I've naught else to say to the likes of you. Oh my god, my face has a gunblade in it! In fact, Zedslayer, kill this man. That's healing him, but you know what? I'll take it. Kill him! Heal him to death! Heal all the cancer in there. Alright, sorry. I should explain that. An idea that's actually been tossed around a lot is if you overheal someone, medically what might happen, and unprecedented cancerous cell growth is a possibility. So, you heal them until the cancer just goes and they just kind of become a giant ball of cysts. Until they pop. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption. We were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Levier. My apologies. I work in the office of the Forum, and if word reached Master Jackass that I was helping you. I see. Sorry to have bothered you. Well, at least you're decent about it. That's something. Yeah, I like that there's a bunch... Everyone's just having a settle... Okay, hang on. I'll be your waiter today. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Hang on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Alright. What can I get you, Lune Ruth? Lovely lady. What can I get you? Yes, I'm the lore waiter now. The end waiter. Burger! Oh, no, she's gonna get tea with... Okay, so we got tea with biscuits. There we go. Sir, what can I get you? Burger. You got it. Burger. Madam Brigwin? I actually like that Omega Legion. Sushi! Wait, you're not Brigwin. Lobster! Oh, yeah, we've got fresh lobster. Just caught last night. Very good pick. Very good pick. I'll go ahead and get you a tin of butter for that. There we go. And Zira has already told me what they want. Rudely sticking ahead for Borger. Excuse me, ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. I'm going to have to ask you to sit down. I'm afraid your nuggets are a little bit slow. We have to cook the chicken to perfection. Actually, real life factoid, chicken by legal requirement and for good requirement takes longer to cook than most food. So if you ever go to a fast food restaurant and you order something chicken and you wonder why it takes so long, that's why. It's probably because they didn't have chicken ready. So they have to go cook fresh chicken. Alright. Yeah, no, it's good. There's good reason for it. Let's be clear. Alright, Zedslayer, if I could... Ma'am, I'm kind of uncomfortable with the giant guns you've brought to the table, but if there's something that I can get for you that doesn't have... Carrot cake. Okay, carrot cake. And... I'll just let that go. Okay, so, let's see, anybody else? Oh, yep, yes, okay. Goodness, hang on. We'll go over here to Omega Legion. Omega Legion. Gonna get you. Pasta? Alright, we do have the fresh basil pesto today, which I could recommend with a nice filigree. Or not filigree, what do you call that? Telegram? Shoot. There we go. Okay. Hang on. Let me go over here. 1 second. Oi! Susie! I need my chicken! Oh, thanks! Let me get that stupid chicken, that stupid ranch. Pray forgive the interruption, ma'am. Here's your chicken nuggets. I do apologize for the delay. If there's anything else I can do to make your dining experience a pleasure, please do let me know. I don't remember who Lennelly is. Whoever you are, what can I get you? I don't remember all the names. It's Pretz. What can I get you, Pretzel? You know what? Yep, I'll get some pretzels. I'll get you some mustard and some nacho cheese to go with that. There we go. Okay. And I think that's... Oh, no, Mr. Red is still here. All right, now, Mr. Red, we know that you have a very specific dietary requirement, so I'm going to get you a stew, and what we're going to do is we're going to stir it and pour some stuff into it, and just keep stirring it until it turns into a nice gray sludge. We call it the English special. There you go. One for that, and I need to get, that was another thing of potatoes for pretzel to go with your pretzels. There we go. Oh, Ewison Corp. Hey, it's good to see you, ma'am. Or, sir. I'm not sure which. But, regardless, if there's something I could get you, please do pray let me know. Zed Slayer. Oh my god! Zed Slayer's trying to rob the place. I've got this. You robbed the wrong place, Broider. Anyways, I'm gonna stop screwing around. I'm sorry. I'm a Dorcas. I'm sorry. Welcome, sir. We're gonna offer you today. Wait, is that Mistress Alize? My word! Long has it been? Are those... Do you sell weed here, sir? Look what's on the counter. Me? No, I've never roleplayed in video games. Like, I've written stories for my characters, extensive ones, but that's it. It's coffee. Yeah, no, I'd believe that. It's medicinal coffee. Alize, why do you know this person who sells weed so well? Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. That seemed like an age ago now. I remember hearing you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? No. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be familiar with our situation so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levio. No matter how discreet Master Jackass may have been, news of your family's doing never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? I know, right, Cloud? I heard you got disowned. You doing alright? We have questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Mr. Dickon, have you ever heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Not like that, I'm afraid. That's what you're here to find? Information on an apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Yeah, first time here. Then few will know your face. You should be able to pass off as a server with none the wiser. We're just finishing a few orders. Oh my god, I just did this! Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down food. You might get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea, I hate to ask, but what do you think? Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, I got my practice in. It's okay, I really did used to run fast food, so I'm kind of used to the whole thing. Tea is for the chatty group by the water's edge. Omelets for the regulars. And then a Makote ordered the oven-baked lobster. Why would you have oven-baked lobster? What kind of madman? Whatever. So this will be the tea. Oh, my tea set. Lovely. Thank you. The Telef for who? Sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. Oh, my friends are all uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Right. So this is Gisla, which will be the omelet. Finally, 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. Looks like a steak-wrapped omelet. Look at that. It looks like a steak-wrapped omelet. You seeing that? The Telefroy. I remember hearing their name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old endless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it. The former made the right choice. I support our decision to remain neutral. That's not going to work out well for you, but, you know, whatever. This, of course, would be the lobster. Wait. Would it? It's Mikote, and they're over here, so yeah, okay, lobster. At last, oven-baked lobster is mine! You have no idea how long I've scrimped and scraped and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Why not have some Archon loaf? Are you crazy? Yes. Final days is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It'd be a good time to be a Gleaner. You don't know what a Gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Are you stealing lobster? Travel the world procuring things we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for the folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain that was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding of profession. If these Telephoroi make good their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities will be lost forever. Why else would the Gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks day after day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Thank you for the valuable information. It's okay, I can escape into a cutscene. Wait, it's not a cutscene! No! Any trouble with the customers? I actually don't like lobster. I mean, I don't dislike lobster, but it's like, eh. Interesting, they seem unaware. No! Of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. This forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part. Here's that cup of coffee I promised. Tell you what, I'll give you this coffee I just got. Apparently I didn't get it. What do I got? I've got blah blah, or how do you pronounce it? Oh! Popotos. Popotos. Oh, gratin. Hang on. Who ordered the potatoes over here? That was Pretzel. Pretzel! Here's your potatoes. Now, as per usual, the way this restaurant works is I eat the food in front of you. There we go. There we go. Alright, hope you enjoyed your meal. Am I out? Please! Most comically evil, pure evil character in the game? Valens. I mean, he's not comically evil, he's disgustingly evil, so I guess that is different. Yes, I should do nicely. Out of wind, out of sight. Ah! I'm safe! I made it. God, it really is a Sharbucks. It's even got the frickin' logo.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark. and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alphino, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Yeah, you could have hated him even more than you already do.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples.
Is this... Are the Sharlayans Brainiac? Is that what this is?
Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the Gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And Gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Yes, we can stay underwater indefinitely. It's like, we've got an easy way in there. So does Alizé, actually. Yeah, seriously, we'll just walk. Oh god, my knees. No, that's below my knees. That's my shins. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon. I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Yeah, Lys, Alizé, and us. And that's actually it, I do believe. Listen, all I'm saying is that my shins hurt way too much. But it's okay. That's what I got a healer for. Once upon a time, when I was doing some design doc stuff with a friend of mine for a game we never actually made, we had this really random idea that rather than healing a player, you have to heal a target on a player. Now, there would be ways to make this work, but the general idea is, imagine if instead of seeing a health bar, you see like 5 health bars per player. And so, you know, they take head damage and shoulder damage and knee damage, and different heal spells would be better at healing one section or another. And you could also, there's also be like a knock-on effect. You know, if this gets damaged, then this also gets damaged, and so forth. Yeah, basically inverse Fallout. I still think it's an idea that's workable. The problem is it turns healing into a much more complex goal. But if that's all healing, and I think we could actually make that work, but that's just me. Anyways, moving on. Welcome back, Laura. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? I should probably clarify that this wasn't for an MMO, because that would be insane. Imagine healing 5 people and individual body parts on 5 people, or 8 people, or 24 people. Like, that's nuts. No, it was more like you would be healing one person, and this would be your job as the healer, is to heal that person. And yeah, I kind of like the idea of taking that concept and running with it in another genre. You know, like trying to make a healer game, right? Well, do have a good day at work, Grimfoe Twitch. I love the name, by the way. Yeah, kind of like Metal Gear Solid 3 First Aid Mode, but a lot better interface and a lot more, like, animated. I also admit it was partially inspired by, I forget which one, but it's one of the Trauma Center games. Because I actually legitimately like the Trauma Team game, so go ahead and make fun of that if you want to. I unironically enjoy those games. So yeah, something like that. Something like that. Anyways. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. And we found more info in 10 minutes than you did in however many hours of gleaning books. So, yep, we must cure guilt! Points if you get it. It makes sense. The Gleaners take the requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. Yeah, I remember the one where you have to fix a nuclear bomb that's about to go off with the surgical tools. Anyways, a sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from facts. As Y'shtola observed, Numenon's archives have no information. Coupled with lore and Alizé, we can be sure the Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are somehow certain the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing import that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. As for the Gleaners, official agents of the state mobilized on unprecedented scale. I do not think a stretch to conclude the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secret ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess for ourselves. We go to our first zone of the game. Let's do it. Glad you approved. You won't be disappointed, I promise. I better not, because I'm going to have to be at walking speed. It's going to be terrible. Oh, God, it's going to be awful. Anyways. Let's head down the stairs. I'll show you where the entrance is. I might need a Raxi Taxi, which I just got rid of by virtue of saying that phrase. Which is okay. What? God, that interrupted my movement. That was weird. Let's see here. What's funny is I think I have 3 multi-people mounts at this point. Hang on. What do I got? So I've obviously got the whale, the original whale. And I bought the lunar whale specifically for this run, which is funny because that was stupid. And I thought I had... No, I guess I didn't get it. So never mind. I only have the 2. I've got the 2 whales. Amber Chocobo? Hang on. No. I don't even have an Amaro. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far, but you may find the path disorienting. I have to follow her? Okay, well let's go. Can you please go faster? Oh my god, go faster. Oh my god! Alright, this is a good time to read questions. So let's see here. Questions. Let's scroll to the bottom here. Do you think Dragon Age counts as an ERPG or a WRPG? I mean, obviously, my first thought is WRPG, but let me think about that for a second. No, I think I'm going to go with WRPG even still. The overall tone and vibe and feel is much more hopeful, much more you change things, and it's focused on a character you decide, rather than a character that pre-exists. And even in that case, the focus is more on the party, which is actually more of a JRPG thing, but still. Dragon Age kind of blurs a couple of lines, but if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably put it more under WRPG. So Zach Taft says, I wonder if you'd agree with this quote, war is cruelty. I mean, it certainly seems to be, so yeah, I would agree with that. Who's the most comically... Oh, I already answered that. But to re-answer, Don Crow says, who is the most comically pure evil character in this game? Comically pure evil. Who was the big jackass in Stormblood, whose name I don't remember? Where all his namesdays came together at one? Oh, not Xenos. No, not Asahi. You asked for comically pure evil. Grinwat, that's his name. How much of the if you did make a Lavos fight in 14, how much of the SNES fight would you incorporate? All of it. Whoa! You do remember to tune to the shard, otherwise it'll make it easier to come back up. Yes, I know, thank you. Okay. Like, seriously though, all of it, the whole thing. All three so, is it, Alliance raids are 3 bosses, right? Or are they 4? Well, whatever. We're gonna pretend Alliance raids are 3 bosses. Okay, so, 3 bosses. Actually, hang on. 1, 2, 3. That would actually work. Okay, hang on. I've got it. Okay, so boss 1 is the shell. No, boss 1 is the repeat bosses. And you could just go mechanic hog wild on that one, right? Imagine essentially half the bosses of Chrono Trigger as the first boss of the Lavos raid. Second boss is the shell. So the first fight is, in broad terms, a pay attention check. It's a coordination check. The second fight is the gear check. It's just the Lavos shell. It just beats the snot out of you. I'd probably make it a really hard DPS, hard enrage timer for beating it too. So that's the big just punch you in the face fight. You go inside, we have robot form, that's fight 3, and then the final form, which is fight 4. There you go, bam, Lavos, done. You didn't take a wrong turning into Rostra there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly into you barging into a private session. Thought about it. What did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly what do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone in the lift. Down we go. Oh, and I answered this twice already, but Ponton asked, would I say FF14's voice acting has surpassed FF12's? Yes.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
As I say, where's these grapes?
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people Gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Kryl, no. You're the wise one. You should be paying attention to stuff like that.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Oh, jeez. Here we go. Must have been the wind. So yeah, we've got a nice little underground arcology. And a balloon. It's okay, I can go and just take off. Like, oh god, it's so horrible! Oh god, look at it! For those of you wondering why I rail against mount speed in this game, this is quote-unquote normal mount speed. This is so terrible. Oh my god. Good looking zone though. Alright, hang on. Quests. You here to help give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a Gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of mammoths running loose. Okay. What's a male Viera? Let me think. Rioshi needs to be item 158, Cumin or 159, Snurbbleberry of 160, or are they 161? Ugh, my head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? I do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for Girabania carrots? What then? Alright. That's a good question, Lunaruth. We'll see how it flows. You wondering what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I'm hauling. Every decade or so, they stock the Labyrinthos. You know, sort of tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this, though. They did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Order from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be they're changing the layout, huh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Right. Tim asks a valid question. On the golden number range, an averagely good game is 40+. What's the rough range on that? Generally speaking, if it's anything below 38, I wouldn't consider that in range. 38 plus to 40 would probably qualify for averagely good game. For an MMO, what should an expansion score be to be an averagely good expansion? Admittedly, I have no precedence on that. Even ARR, which is severely flawed and something that has issues with it, was something like a 90. So, actually I can just look right here. What was ARR? ARR was dramatic pause. Yeah, 92.73, which is not really equivalent, to be completely blunt. So, I would say about 200-ish is probably where I'd call a good expansion to an MMO. Based on what we have so far established with FF14. Any luck, Lore? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? Well, they had this. Pardon the handwriting. I had to write with my gun blade. So this grand operation began without warning. For every item they bring, they're sending inventory from somewhere else. That explains the haggard faces I've been seeing. What is this music? We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would ask... This reminds me of Sound in Motion over in FF8. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game lore, I have an idea. Yeah, what's up? Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you're willing to capture them, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightened conversation. In the meantime, I'll turn my charms on this Gleaner here. We can compare notes. Happy hunting! Yep, Kryle's headache was caused by this music. Can confirm. Kata asked an interesting question, and I'm going to open this one up to the floor. Do you think that FF14 adding the store glamour preview in-game is a step too far in terms of microtransaction and monetization? Noting, of course, that they will not be purchasable in-game, only previewable in-game. Now, I have my thoughts on that, but I'm curious of other people's thoughts. You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I welcome the assistance. Yeah, no, I got you. My name's Erenville, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That being said, the capture of the Narxian marmots is a trial I don't desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not even seen them scampering here, so you need to search the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that'll want to prey on a marmot. Or you. So I'm seeing a lot of people giving some interesting opinions. Allow me to disagree with all of you. I do think it's too far, but let me clarify that for just a moment. I will also add that the thing is, I think they're already too far. I think we have already, as of now, reached the point where the microtransactions are what I would consider, philosophically and ideologically, unacceptable. Therefore, anything additional, regardless of what it is, at this point onwards, is also too far, because we've already reached that point. Sense make? I understand the finances, I understand the practicality, and I don't care. There they are. God, it's so slow! I can make it. Ugh. Oh, there's another one. Why do they have coyotes down here? Why do they have wild animals at all down here? Squeak. Wait, no, come back. Also, I noticed there's some side quests, none of which I care. It's faster to sprint. It's faster to ignore mobs. I mean, obviously, even though I consider FF14 to have already gone too far, and I do, it's worth noting, it's not exactly going to stop me from playing the game. You know? Obviously. There are reality concerns in addition to ideological concerns. Why am I so terrible? I play several classes that have good reflexes. I should be able to grab a mouse. Hell, I've bought 2 microtransactions in this game. Oh, no, I haven't. I brought like 10. 8 of which were for the run. Those were, you know, level to 80 bundles. And the rest... Ah, there it is. Were a whale and then another whale. How would I handle story class jump items? Oh, you mean the ones I already bought? Yeah, everyone should be a sage for this. Oh, that's true. I did buy the cloud bike. I actually forgot about that. A little bit debatable since I didn't buy it, but I feel you. I didn't buy it for myself, rather. I mean, honestly, the majority of my classes I leveled without buying, so, you know. In fact, it's really easy to see which classes I actually bought, because it's the ones where all their quests were done, even though I kept saying I've never done these quests. So let's see, that would have been White Mage. I don't remember what. It was at least one tank. I think it was Dark Knight specifically. So it was Dark Knight, White Mage. I know it was Ninja. And I know it was Monk. And Machinist? And I think that's it. So it's actually 5. I might be off. Oh well. Oh, I can't get on. No. There we go. I'm just going to chill back here. Have some copium. Oh, there we go. I have not played Xenonauts, no. Unless you're asking Von Falkenstein, in which case, never mind. This poor Chocobo. Help! Help! How out get? How do I leave this thing? Hit the mound button, okay. Hey, there we go. I made it! I made it. How'd you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Yeah, here you go. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. So, Blade Terval asks a very good question. How would you handle paying for a job rush thing? And here's my answer. So, in Everlore, there will be no option to pay for skipping experience or levels or whatever. You know what there will be? The system WoW uses. Now, obviously, it'll be more polished and refined than that, but for those of you unaware, the way it works is you start a brand new character, and rather than forcing you into stupid land, you would have a choice, which is what you do on alts in WoW right now. So the alt experience on WoW is what I would have for a new character. There would be a menu, which there is in WoW, and it's like, here's the expansions. These are the expansions in order. We recommend you go through them in order. However, you can pick whichever one you'd like to play in as your starter expansion. When you go there, it scales to you and to yours and you to it. Then you go through that expansion normally, and it will be enough to level you to max, that one expansion. And that's how I would do that. And then obviously you would desync from the time warp thing once you get to max end. And by max level, I mean max level prior to the next expansion. And then there you go. Then you jump into Endwalker. So imagine, for example, you start up FF14 and big old window pops up and say, hey, we want you to go through this in order. However, what you can do is you can start with any of these expansions, and those will drop you at the end of Shadowbringers. And so I'm like, well, okay, I really want to replay Heavensward. So I pick Heavensward and I go through that. And when I finish Heavensward, I am level 80. And I am now ready to go for the end Shadowbringers content, and then leading into Endwalker. Stuff like that. As far as other jobs, honestly, the same thing would apply. It would just be substantially more shrunk. So, you know, it's like, hey, man, I really want to level Miner. Hi. Which Miner quests would you like to do? Oh, I'd like to do the Heavensward Miner quests. Okay, here you go. You do those quests, 80. Granted, I would implement crafting substantially different than they do in this game. And I would implement gathering substantially different than they do in this game. But that would be the equivalent. So, who tasks you to capture marmots, if you don't mind my asking? So, the way it works, Mircry, this is why I said it would be different, because if you make a brand new character in WoW, you do not have a choice. If you are a brand new account and a brand new character, you do not actually have a choice. However, on every other character, in other words, alts, you have the option to choose. I can verify this because I've tested it myself. So you make a brand new... When I make a brand new character in WoW to do the review run, I will be able to choose which expansion I wish to do it in, which is the method by which I will go ahead and do the review of that expansion. Sense, Mike? So... Now, that is something I don't agree with, by the way. I think that should be available at start. that should be a choice, not an alt thing, but that's just me. Why the authority in charge of Labyrinthos? Now and in perpetuity, the same officials who have had us working day and night, the honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Yeah, actually, that would be a good idea, Rex, if that's cool with you guys. Suitable for consumption, easy to breed. They're the two conditions I was given for the stock I was intended to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. Yeah, it's really frustrating because WoW's system for leveling alts is actually brilliant and amazing and fantastic, and WoW's system for your first character is actually pretty terrible, as I've complained about several times. But anyways. We're hoping to understand why they have done this stuff. It's so strange. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and get a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry I can't offer you more for your services. That's good. And yeah, I'll switch off a gunbreaker so I don't taint the data. So we've confirmed the order for this ambitious operation did indeed direct from the Forum, but the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. Oh, it's going to be so much better, 5. It's just... The only MMO that'll be better for reviewing will be Star Trek Online. One of the only MMOs where quests are repeatable because they were designed to be repeatable. Why don't other MMOs implement this? Anyways. We also discovered the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put people to this great work some 4 days after the Telepharoi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity, thus I am inclined to trust their calendar of events as accurate. Altogether, it gives us a distinct impression this is undertaking quite sudden and unexpected development, yet I find it hard to believe such comprehensive restructuring of the Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telepharoi's declaration was what set it all in motion? Seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about Archaon? From there, we can reach the lower... Kryl! Kryl, what's wrong? It's fine. The sudden descent is left with a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me. Okay, Kryl. Kryl. Stop doing that. It's not just the wind. Reunion. Okay, so what class is everyone? It doesn't matter. Okay, hang on. What have I got at the low 80 range? Ninja. Perfect. Ninja is just barely into 80. Let's do it. Let's pull up a calculator for no reason, because I like to crunch numbers. Get in the taxi that Raximus has provided. There we go. Hey, Kryl, can you hold this black materia for me, please? Of course. I'll keep it perfectly safe. Good to see you, Cloud. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry. Yeah, this is the car straight out of FF15. In fact, I believe it's the same model. Okay, I can remember how to play a ninja. I got this. They haven't changed it yet. Okay, so I want to do... Let me think about this. I want to do this, this. And that gets the Vuln up. This gets the nukes out. After the Vuln's been put up. This gets me the free, which is the single target. Then we do another single target. And then it's dead. 378,000 out of gold. That's actually exactly what it should be, as weird as that sounds. That is 6% of a level. Oh, right, I don't have a mount. Ah, so that sounds like it's probably closer to 4% on average, then. Is there any other things nearby? And there's a Archaon. Let's see if I can get in No, no, don't send a tell. God damn it, hang on. Get in pavilion. There we go. Jeez Louise. Leave them to die. Where is the air support? Sorry. 3-1? Wait, what? Velvedrix? Oh yeah, there's the battle music of Endwalker, which we've heard a couple of times now. And now we're just sort of stuck here. See you around, Blue Felix. Have a good day at work. Okay, so 3-1. Hell, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, give me some context. Oh, you mean just do 10 and then Jin, instead of 10 and then Chi. Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I don't think I've ever used the ice ability, but then again, I suck at, you know, ninja, so. At least it's nighttime and the horrible music has changed. Now, that's interesting. There's no distinct stars in the sky here, which means there's no Labos. Huh. I wonder, can I jump out of this? That looks like I can. Yay. Thank you for the ride. Delicious ether. Mr. Red asks a very good question, which I will also open the floor to. How do you make alts worth a damn in FF14? Because, let's be honest, FF14 is actually pretty alt-hostile in its overall design. Now, it's that way for a good reason. It's that way because you can do everything on one character. Now, unfortunately, Rax's answer is mine. I'm just going to give that away right off, because the easiest and best way that has been proven in multiple MMOs for years to be alt-friendly is to make more things account-bound. Wait, seriously? I can see this. Oh. Come on. So the more, especially unlocks, would be a big thing in something like 14. Yep, nope. We teleport into water. Sharlayans. Still 5:30 here. Oh, right. This is the foremost material archive in Sharlayan. I would love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Were you caught in the mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Let's discuss this later. No! I'm cutting the stream off unless you discuss this right now, Kryl. God damn it, woman. Behold the Arcurion. It's that force. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults called in the cliffside itself. Come on. With those vast rooms and stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Wait. One moment. Curious of something. That tracks. Yep, no. Looks like regular quests are just about 1/16th of a level. Well, we won't learn anything of value, and by regular quests I mean MSQ quests. We won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's proceed to the main building and speak with the custodian. That's a lot of side quests that just popped up. None of which I care about yet. Well, the good news is I won't be doing 6.1. The bad news is I won't be doing 6.1. This is very Castlevania. Greetings. We're here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not Gleaners. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was to believe the vaults are open to the public. Excuse me. I was given to believe the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Huh. Not us, then. I suppose we better move on to another facility. This building has a lift which connects the middle tier, yes. Might we at least make use of that? Nope. Service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to conveyance of inventory. This is as far as we can go. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come back after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it'll be too late, and we're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside a moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. Humph! Pitiful, piteous, disgusting creatures. Yeah, I don't like answers myself, but then again, I think I'm the only person in the world who doesn't. The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit. The medial circuit lies one tier below us. We're at an impasse, and we have no other leads. I would like to pursue this one further. But I doubt our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must kill him. I mean, find another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely the people in this area are involved in the restructuring one way or another. If we're to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone's in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Damn it, why can't we just kill our way down? Ah! I just want to kill! Ah! Okay, fine. No killing, no killing. Whatever. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what we found, but there's no record of such a creature anywhere. Just wandering around tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeak, squeak. Oddest squeal, don't you think? Anyways, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Listen, just point me in the direction and lore smash, okay? Lore smash. Listen, once I kill Xenos, I'll stop having to kill people. It'll be beautiful. A world free of life. Filled only with the risen. What's that, taking the lift down with me? Sorry, not a chance. I've been going up and down all day and only now found a spare moment to rest. I did see a Gleaner fellow heading out to gate there, though. Shouldering a large pack, engaged in some matter of task. Maybe he'll be heading down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Okay. Listen, my knees are safe. Now my shins, on the other hand, that's a little bit more problematic. Frighten it away. Huh? Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud company to capture is close. Very close. Huh? You wish to help with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 200 is better than one. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill! It's back. Its feathers are green, and it gives a distinctive caw. Single it out, shoot it with a sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lay in white, bound by the riverbank to claim our quarry. None of those looked like the bird I was looking for. So we'll guess with this one. Nope. It's gotta be this one, though. It's the only one that's going caw. Well, no, that one's going caw. That one is also going caw. So we've got 2 cars. Yeah, I was looking for the one from Shadowbringers. The recurring one from Shadowbringers. You got the wrong one! Yay! No, no.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Yeah, sudden voice acting is startling.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Yeah, it turns out I'm actually Xenos' brother. We're both son of someone from the moon. It's weird.
So you met with that Gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a Gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
There's that spiral again.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Is this a Vault-Tec situation?
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we Gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations.
I don't trust this guy. You can tell he's Xehanort.
Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Don't worry about it.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Okay, look, I know I advocate violence a lot, but if this was a D&D campaign, this would be the moment I turn to the other president like, look, we have tried peaceful measures. Unless you have another idea, we need to get down there. This is a requirement. This is the moment when we try to sneak in and disable the guards. So unless you have any bright ideas...
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Okay, no violence, because we found a third option.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back.
Yeah.
I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Well, I killed all of Sharlayan. Probably not a loss, if we're being completely honest. Hell, at this point, I'd be surprised if a cave-in is a match for us, Ruth. Cave-in! There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. No, I'm good with him not knowing who we are. I'm happy with that. We're cool. Everything's cool here. What are you all doing? Right over there. Okay. That's just... double checking. Yep, alright. I'm in combat with something! Where's Rax? There's no Rax! Up there's Rax. There we go. With my bro. There's a question I wanted to address here, which was... oh yeah, Mr. Red was still talking about alts. So, I don't think alts can be made useful in FF14. Let me start by saying that. I really don't. Because the way I would make alts useful in a game like this, even with all the account-bound stuff, is I would make it so you can make a party of your own alts in like a trust format. Honestly, Guild Wars is a better example of what I'm talking about, but you get the general concept. I would love the idea of being able to make my own characters to fill out the NPCs of my party, right? It's not much, and it doesn't really apply to FF14 because there's no builds per se. All there is classes, so you could just go ahead and make, you know, a tank or whatever. And yeah, I was going to say, retainers are already leaning in this direction a little bit. But yeah, exactly, Fife. Imagine if in WoW, for example, you go ahead and say, well, I want to do this dungeon with 3 of my own people. So I bring in my Death Knight and my blah, 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 and my blah, 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 and they go and we just kind of rush through things. And yeah, get a gambit system going on, and, you know, you choose which class they have, and it's set up to whatever gear and whatever level they actually were, so, you know, obviously they still have to apply for the dungeon, thus giving, you know, relevance to you actually leveling and gearing them up, and so forth and so on. So, that's how I would probably do that. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Think the scholar Erenville knew of it, and that you were able to persuade him to share. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. The medial circuit, which Erenville mentioned, is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Alright. The entrance to the mine shaft. Creatures homed by researchers. Slavering beasts. What do we got here? Still 515 gear. Oh, congrats, Call Melissa. I do hope you enjoys when you get there. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, I say we head in. Given the terrain, though, it'd be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't always stumbling into each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow. Don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We'll meet up at the end of the tunnel. Just checking something, don't mind me. This is, very wasteful in terms of space, but, you know, that's okay. Oh no! Well, there's a stain here where there used to be some enemies. I'm not sure. Did anyone see that there was a flash of powder? I got some in my tongue. Got monster powder on my tongue. I'd say nice place, but, I mean, this is really cavernous. My goodness. Like, do they need to be this vertical? Oh, no! Okay, they're all turbo dead. As I say, I think a couple of our viewers right now could speak to the benefit of alts as far as cross-server stuff, but, you know. Yeah, this isn't really any kind of climbing. Not to be dismissive, this is more of an incline than it looks like, but... no, I would rather not have a gambit for myself. Let me walk that back. If you want to make a gambit for yourself, let me walk that back too. Making gambits for the character you're currently playing is problematic in an MMO for a lot of reasons, because doing so immediately introduces a lot of problems to the game. But there are also benefits to it, so what would it would come down to properly limiting it. Like, so let me just give one example of a problem with adding gambits to a game. So let's say you add a gambit for a raid fight, but of course it's a gambit, so it's not really up to snuff, so it fails and you are officially a load on the group. Congratulations. And especially if that becomes normal to the point where everybody's gambiting and idle moding their way through raids, especially like an MSQ queue situation, then we have a problem, right? And a problem that only gets worse the further into the game the content is, because the further into the game the content is, the worse is the wrong word, the more taxing and difficult the content tends to be. So, that's a problem. The mineshaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder? I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why'd they develop such long limbs and all they do is shuffle through narrow tunnels? Let's see if I can... There we go. Lord, you know that Kryl almost took a tumble back there. She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Yes, I know something's up with Kryl. The game won't let me acknowledge this, but I know it. I was being careful, I swear. The slip was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing. That's all. I'm not injured. Uh-huh. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. Wait! I just thought of a solution. As I recall, this tier is where we keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenville's assumption holds true, the specimens are collected in preparation for Great Migration, we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. So we're going here. There's... I don't have a car! No! I must consent to mere chocobo. I am now a chocobo rider. Where am I? Oh god. There I am. There I am. Really, Rax? That's actually funny. Get some view here from the air, like you do. So here's my intended solution. I can't believe this didn't even occur to me before. Check it out. Make an option here, right? So make there be an option where you can allow gambits, right? And there's a Mandragora attacking us. And just automatically disallow gambits to roulettes. So no gambits in roulettes, period. End of statement. But if you want to go ahead and queue for something, and other people are queuing in a similar fashion, you could do a thing which allows for gambits there within. And I don't think anybody actually likes Totoro. I think that's how that works. Then again, I once heard someone argue stridently that we need to keep bad game design in games so that other people can experience bad game design. I'm not joking. I've heard that argument more than once. I know where we are. This is Murail Ergonomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees these efforts. These fruits of these research goes to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. Exactly, Inamisha. I hate that argument. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how it might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See if you can coax something from the workers. Where is the food going? One of the things that irritates me about the I had to suffer so now you do too argument is not when it's used in games. That's irritating. But what pisses me off is when that argument is used in real life, which is an argument I've heard a lot. It is one of the most common arguments I have heard in favor of things in real life. So, tends to piss me off a little bit. Hello there, we weren't expecting visitors, not with the lift being restricted. How did you make it all the way down here? Yeah, you know, I walked. The mine shaft? Ah, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly the time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around the old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we'd already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, huh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. So what, are we building Yulmore? Is that what this is? Thank you for all your work in ensuring that the privileged and the intelligent have survived. Rest assured, the work of you menial laborers who mean nothing to us has ensured that the intellectual supreme and elite shall survive. In luxury and comfort, of course. I have ought to take taken it below, more than I could carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent via the lift, but there's been some earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop the cliff over there. God, hauling that up the slope. Hauling that lot up that slope was a job and a half. I mean, you know me, I am very anti-traditionalist. Aw, you ate all the grapes! You didn't leave any for me. Oh, wait, no, there's one over here. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight, and conditions are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale, in the very place on which Labyrinthos was modeled. Oh no, it's daytime! A region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north. Give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition to hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect, given it used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amaneus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one in which climates were strove to create within the confines of Labyrinthos. It provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Oh, they wants me to go over here now. One more grape. There we go. Yeah, this music would cause me a migraine too, I'll be honest. Gotta get away from everyone before they notice I'm gone. I'll fight anything. Kill anyone. As long as it changes the music. See, that's my real strategy. Keep the fight music up. There you go. Everything's safe.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heartblooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could approach my way in there.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryer?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
I've decided to give this section a story positive
Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
and a story negative. For the exact same reason.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
It's actually for pacing, not the exposition thing. I still haven't decided what I think of the Kryl thing, even though that's the first time that we've shown in character that our character is noticing what we've noticed since the first time it happened. No, this is a breather episode in every way, and that's good. But this is a breather episode in every way, and that's bad. Hear me out for a second. If you remember, this is the exact same complaint I had about a certain section of Final Fantasy VII R1. Yeah, exactly. We've had this whole build-up across all the patches leading up to this, which make it very clear that we are on a tight deadline and are desperately behind in information and resources and have no idea what's going on. And then, all right, let's go. And then we just have this, which is just a straight-up breather section. And the problem is, it's a good breather section. It's a good way to pull the tempo and the pace down. But the problem is the mere fact that we have an axe hovering over our heads, labeled Final Days, is making this whole thing a little bit... And I mentioned FF7R1 specifically because I've noticed Square pulls this exact same problem multiple times. Where they're like, we gotta go! But wait, hang on. And then they go do a little side jaunt, right? I find myself wondering if this wasn't what was intended, but what was settled on. What I mean by that is it would make substantially more sense if this breather happened before all the lead up with the towers and all that stuff, right? Instead, this happens immediately after the towers, and it's like, oh, okay. I mean, just to name one specific example, think what our last dungeon was, Pagalthon. So, yeah. Plus to story, negative to story. Still debating the other stuff. You know, Kryl is... whatevering. The pretty flower? I'll give it fire! No, Is Kryl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Ding. Listen, I'm just saying we should burn the entire world, okay? Is that so much to add? Looks like I don't get anyone. Damn it! An actual dead level. Holy crap. Just the one. Maybe there's more. I don't know. Arnvel was heading westwards along the path. Let's see if we can still catch him. Yeah, but Fandaniel's an idiot who doesn't know how to plan anything. He needs someone organized. He needs someone like me to burn the world. I'll show him how to burn it. By golly. Just double checking something. Yeah, that's what I thought. A dead level is a level in which you gain nothing. Or next to nothing. No traits, no abilities, no nothing. A problem in an enormous number of RPGs. Mostly single-player RPGs. D&D has had this problem off and on, too. In fact, one of the things 5th edition was trying to do very much is trying to get rid of dead levels. We've fallen too far behind, and this damned mist won't help matters. Oh, I don't have any issues with Fandaniel, although I have no interest in him whatsoever. I was actually thinking about the paradox of that last night, because I don't care at all about Xenos or Fandaniel. I don't mean that as a negative, I mean that as a statement of literal fact. I have absolutely zero investment in them. Not negative investment. Zero investment. I don't care. But at the same time, you have to have a breather villain after you have multiple, extensive, fleshed-out characters like we did with Labyrinthos and Emmett Selk. So it's kind of one of those... I'm not sure what to make of that situation. In fact, it would work a lot better if Fandaniel and Xenos were breather villains, and we were pulling the threat level down rather than up. It seems Y'shtola wishes to have a word with us. We've fallen too far behind, and this damned mist won't help matters. I can still hear it! Kryl. Now, interestingly enough, Takoida asks... Is this voice acted? Kryl, wow. Takoida asks, do we need a villain? And you might say yes, but actually, we've developed to the point where the answer is no. Now, you might think, but you need bosses, and for that matter, you need a final boss. But we've actually already shown multiple times how characters, MMOs, can use non-characters as boss fights. We can fight things that isn't, Kefka. We could fight a volcano. We could fight a group of enemies. We could fight to prevent people from getting tempered. Like, there are ways and designs in order to make a boss fight, and even a final boss fight, which doesn't involve one singular villain. We don't need a Borg Queen, for those of you who get that. So, yeah, exactly. We've had several FF games where concepts are our enemies rather than individuals. So, put simply, I agree with Takoida. We don't actually need a central villain, even for something like Final Fantasy XIV in specific, or MMOs in generic. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of the Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers if I were an agent of the Forum, and it would make for a convenient meeting place. But if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal such issues of import as we nonchalantly stroll past. Yeah, we have to remain undetected. Lavos is definitely a force. He could qualify as... It could qualify as a villain, because it is a character in every way that matters. But at the same time, Lavos doesn't really fill the same villain slot. It just happens to be the final boss and the central pillar for the entire story. If only Garaha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there's other ways of turning invisible. I mean, it's not like I'm not going to keep playing. It's just you're asking me to talk, and so talk I am. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh. It's the 3 frogs of light. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait with me. In your present state of mind, you'd likely leap into the jaws of a predator as soon as you learned anything of note. Yes, we've noticed, Kryl. Which reminds me, wary of the creature hereabouts. In that form, you were essentially defenseless. Okay. Oh my god, Sis is still with me. Rabbit. I agree. I must avoid gigapitting. Pudding, lest she eat me. I'd have enjoyed being a toad for a while, if only for the change of pace, but Y'shtol's right. I'm too preoccupied. Yes, you are. I need to get out of here. Run. Alpha toe and alley toe. Toad. Well, at least the music makes sense for the one and only time in this zone. Also, that fat chocobo's looking a little bit hungry. I gotta be wary of that. Yep, nothing conspicuous about this. It's okay, I'm not a golden frog, Leander. Rabbit. She is suggesting we cross the bridge. He attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand he is telling you this is the wrong way. We must go this way. No, okay. Apparently we gotta go up there. Okay, I see it. I was gonna say, I bet there was a bunch of toads at this point when this game first came out. I mean, that's true, Inamisho. The only reason I even you'll notice I didn't raise a problem, really, until our character demonstrated to notice what we had already noticed, as I phrased it. Uh-oh. Oh no. They're coming for me. They're coming for my delicious legs. Which, Bragwin can confirm, I have very delicious legs. Okay, that is kind of adorable.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
For the greatest good!
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Hi. Don't mind us.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Now that's an interesting question. Do they? I admit my automatic and knee-jerk answer is no, of course they don't. But if I'm being completely honest, that's pure cynicism and not actual intellectual discourse. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a JRPG, it's a story. People being secretive and trying to build something for the greater good in stories tend to be bad guys. That's just narrative tropes right there. So I'm not actually sure in reality land.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to mention that, Rax, but you are, of course, correct. It's why the concept of an honest politician is considered a joke by itself.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's literally a, I forget what it's called, ologist. His shtick is animals. We've seen this already. So... Zoologist, thank you. Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I suppose we should have a Gleaner who specializes in animal procurement, not so easily deceived, but he seems inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, the combat music has started up. The momentous duty has been mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action. Through Leferoy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos. Not to mention ignore Eorzio's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Planetary settlement? Or resettlement? Colony ship? Oh my god, it's a colony ship. Don't answer. Don't answer. Thank you, Eclectic. Very much, as always. I will jot that down for the Zelda block. Let me go ahead and explain why that answer popped into the top of my head. And it's admittedly total narrative cheating to come to it, but... we go to the moon at some point. There's a ship on the title screen. And they're clearly pulling a Noah parallel, not only in the past, but in the present. So... final days, end of planet? What's the solution? Find another planet. I've played Alpha Centauri. Yeah, I feel bad, by the way, because I understand that people want me to speculate out loud. But at the same time, by simply doing so, I am basically offering out the temptation for people to respond to me. So I appreciate your participation. I suppose I could write stuff down, but I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. See, one of the things I like to do is I like to show my work, so I like to give predictions early rather than say, oh, I totally called it, because I could be lying. Now, granted, I'm a terrible liar, and you know I'm probably not going to lie about that. But that's one of the reasons I tend to share theories early, is because, you know, I want to show my work for a particular thought process. Anyways, judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Hydaelyn Kryl. here's my best assassin, and my best lieutenant, and Pillars of Snow, who has definitely joined the Discord by now. Right? She, sorry, has. Mental note. Suppose I'll sprint here. Because it's probably faster than mounting at this point. Any new quests? Yes, actually. Nothing we're gonna do right now, though. Other than being eaten by the best music in the game. That's a lie, of course. Oh, you asshole. And yeah, Takoida is correct. First of all, putting up a no spoilers thing will not stop people who will spoil. And second of all, putting up a no spoilers thing is actually asking people to spoil. We have precedence for this. We have experience with this. Quite frankly, so some of you may or may not be aware, we actually have 3 or 4 layers on the chat, which are all there to prevent, you know, bots and assholes from being bots and assholes. You notice we don't get bots on my channel. It's because of all those measures. I've noticed that those measures also tend to prevent people who are the kind of people who will spoil, aka people who will pop in, say, it was his sled, and then pop out. This is something we actually have experience with in some previous streams before we had those measures in place. So... where's Kryl? She's dead. Funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all more ominous and threatening. Welcome back. I trust you found Aaron Bell. Yeah, but you're about I built Maverick, so it's all good. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if it was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, discuss how we are to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she's behaving oddly, so I bade her to return and rest. Maybe not the best decision in hindsight. Yeah? Yeah? Alright, Giga Pudding. To the farm, please. Whee! I mean, speaking plainly, and I've actually already said this, earlier on, we talked extensively about Amarok, and about how I was curious about certain aspects of it, and several people in chat just came down and said, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything. As I mentioned then, that itself was something that gave away something, the fact that that is a plot thread that will be continued in the future. And again, you might say, but that's not even a thing. No, stories in general, never mind MMOs, can do side story stuff. Like, this very MMO has done things where there's a plot thread that has never been picked up again since. So it is entirely possible that the Amarok plot thread could have just been left done, like it was effectively concluded. So, I'm not saying this to scold anyone, I'm just mentioning how easy it is to spoil something. Alright, Kryl, what the heck is going on?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, It has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Hydaelyn herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Oh, hey, jackass.
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
I mean, they could try.
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Whatever.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
You're an idiot.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
What? I wasn't verbose, you know. I didn't go into a long spiel. You're an idiot. There we go. Done. If you want to get really technical, it's 4 words. Although you try to do anything to Grahan, we're going to have some words. Hi, I could kill everyone in this room. Alright, continue.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Point of order, irrelevant to your progression. Please continue with the actual issue at hand. Thank you.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Still not on topic.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Hang on, I need to go kill that one individual woman really quick. But no. She has hair.
Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer?
I hate to jump in here, but this is the wrong tact to take. If I might be so bold, the tactic I would take was I would say, you denied us direct offer of aid. That's fine. But of course, you still have information which is publicly available, which we seek to look into in order to try and find out more about the threats that we face. In our pursuit of said knowledge, we have been dismissed as militants and foreign entities. Pray ask, then, why exactly is it that you have decided to go back on what is the core principal element of Sharlayan, even as we recognize and honor your choice to not give us provincial and direct aid in the matter which we are addressing? And that is the tact I would have taken.
Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
I'm just pointing this out because what they're doing here is mostly grandstanding. They're going for emotional pleas on a soapbox, and this is not the audience to go for that with, by everything I've been able to gauge.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Now, it's worth noting there is another tact to take, and that's basically to force them to do something. To basically say, yeah, we already know this stuff. We already know you're doing a Noah's Ark thing and you're going to call another planet, whatever the hell you're going to do. So, and then basically leave the ball in their court and see where they go with it. Because we always have the backdrop, the fallback offer of violence. Now, to be clear, as much as I joke, I would not wish to express violence upon these people. Except for Jackass, he can go to hell. But in general, I wouldn't actually want to kill my way out of this room. That would be detrimental in every single way, and frankly, I'm not in the habit of killing people just because they irritate me. But the point is, putting that accusation out there and putting that in their court and seeing how they respond would tell us a great deal about exactly what and how their motives are.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
Exactly, Yusin Corp. Speaking of which, stab! There we go.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
An extraordinarily powerful distinction.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
No, that would be fruitless and pointless. What you offer is information, which is what we need most desperate.
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm?
I mean, you get a nation of, you know, schoolgoers. That's gonna happen.
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Which is nice, because there is no such evidence. We have done no such thing. We're here for info.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
I didn't realize I was in this game, Zed Slayer. Sorry. Got a little more hair than I do.
No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
One second, I gotta write this down.
Order! We will have order!
Vote now! Vote now!
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
No, we would never accept that deal. That's stupid. Hang on, let me reread that for a sec, in case you missed that. Students of Baldesion, which also legally includes us, are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan, so we can't do anything here, okay? We will also refrain from further investigation of the Forum's decision and duties. Failure to comply will result in expulsion from here, where we can't do anything.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Like, that's stupid. How do you count hands in a room like that? That's gotta be a pain. Like, couldn't they do, like, turn your light on or off to vote?
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Okay, that's actually a hell of a spread.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
And I didn't notice him specifically.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
I was expecting more of a one-sided vote, yes. It's snowing. Great. And I'm alone, except for Gigapudding. Thank the gods for the Scholarch Montagine. Absolutely loathe arguing in circles. And got more practice in it. My father may be right. I'm still groping in the dark for answers, but I needed him to know I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arenvald and myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsors whenever the need arises. I believe in guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would as well. Yeah, that's because Galuf is awesome. Probably the best character in FF5. Of the party members. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section and knocked over the security mapping on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. 51 to 48 was the spread. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. Our endless investigations have not been in vain. We know that another mysterious duty of theirs began whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. I feel like this is a good cutoff point, because I don't know how long the next quest will be. And it's pretty close to lunchtime anyways. So, good luck and get rid of the migraine, Ross. And, oh, it stopped snowing. That's a shame. And I will see you all in a bit.